Good morning and welcome to the second day of our romantic workshops. I'd just like to introduce briefly Kinnon Church. Kinnon is a young hopeful, really of the young generation, soloist on the double bass who has looked intensively at the way that double bass virtuosos would have played in the 19th century, and we're talking actually about exactly one particular double bassist. Giovanni Bottesini was considered the best virtuoso on the double bass in the 19th century, and Kinnon plays an instrument with just 3 strings, which is very similar to a bass that Bottesini might have played from Italy. And with those words, over to Kinnon.
So, thank you for the invitation, Alex, and it's quite an honor to be here. I wanted to first just ask, how many people have, before this project, have actually heard of Bottesini? A handful. So, remember how yesterday Jakob was saying that Dragonetti was supposed to premiere Beethoven's Symphony 9, but he asked for too much money. He could get away with that because he was the highest paid musician in all of London at the time. When Bottesini came to London just a few years later, really just a few years later, Dragonetti's waltzes were published in London in 1843. I think Bottesini was there 1847. A London reviewer said he was the greatest double bassist who ever touched the stage in London. So to me, that already says a multitude about Bottesini. Other things about Bottesini which I find interesting, he was a freelancer, much like all of us here.
All of us.
Sorry. He really traveled the world. I mean, he got as far as Havana, where he had a position for a while as the director of the theater there. He was in Argentina. He premiered many operas in New York, Boston, Philadelphia, London, of course. He was in Vienna. He had, even Edward Hanslick made a review of him. He was really known as a virtuoso double bass player. He really wanted to be a composer. He just wanted to settle down. He wanted to compose operas, and he never really managed to get to do that. He had a few premieres which were very successful, but he also had a few premieres which weren't, and basically he was pigeonholed as a virtuoso double bassist. I mean, he's called the Paganini of the double bass. I suppose you could really, in some ways it's a very fair comparison. Both were huge virtuosos, both were not really well regarded for their compositions. I can't speak to Paganini as a composer. Frankly, I haven't listened to his music enough. But I think it's an unfair assessment of Bottesini's music. And I'm going to try to convince you all of that as well. Some other things about Bottesini. He was, maybe some of you know this already, he premiered at the Baton. He was a very well-known conductor, one of the first. Could that be? That's
one of the early ones in Italy.
One of the early ones, yeah. He was a very well-known conductor and he was a personal friend of Verdi. Verdi actually heard him play in the orchestra and said, hey, you need to go be a soloist, and that's what he did. He premiered Aida, actually, and he also premiered the Mexican national anthem. The Mexican national anthem, yeah. There was a competition when Mexico gained its independence. No history. Oh yeah, I needed to also first say, much like Jakob, I am not a musicologist. I am a double bass player. My bread and butter is playing down here, and I would really like to just say I'm very interested. I'm researching a lot. I wouldn't call myself necessarily an expert at anything, but this is where my research is these days, and I'm really excited about it. Oh yeah, and I also need to thank my professor, Dane Roberts, for many strings that he's lent me and that I've broken. And without his expertise, I certainly wouldn't be able to speak to him about this topic. So yeah, in the 1840s, there was a competition to write the new Mexican national anthem. Bottesini actually won that competition. He was the composer who won, and the president of Mexico basically said, nah, not my vibe, he didn't like it. So the second place person actually has that. It's the second place person's composition whose name I don't remember. So Bottesini was the conductor of the premiere of the national anthem. He was also an excellent pianist. He was known for accompanying people after concerts and stuff, and he was just always with an instrument, always with his bass. And also in performances, he was known to play things like the cello parts and string quartets very, very convincingly. So Bottesini as a player, just unbelievably clean playing. Nobody had ever heard anything like it. And what really mystifies me is that his technique was really old school, that nobody plays the way he played anymore. He only used his first and fourth fingers, in some position different, but he basically, for a modern bassist, basically anybody is going to play with 1, 2, and 4 to get the span of a whole step. Bottesini only used 1 and 4. I don't really know how that works. It would be like, my hands are probably much bigger than his were. People have grown in the past 150 years. But so he was playing, like 1, 4, 1, which to me is just incredibly uncomfortable. But every review out there says, his playing was just so clean. The audience could always hear the words in his bow, which I find very interesting. That's like a callback to the Baroque rhetoric somehow, isn't it? And also something that really struck me yesterday is from Jakob's really wonderful lecture, is that Louis Spohr, his greatest criticism of the Italian music was that the words didn't match the music at all, and I also just don't really agree with that. So, and that was one more piece of evidence to me that people say he played it so clearly as if he were a singer. And some of his signature pieces were the Carnival of Venice variations that he wrote. This was a very famous theme in those times. Also his Grand Duo Concertante for violin and bass. Originally it was supposed to be for 2 double basses, but the violinist Sivori, who was a student of Paganini, the only known student of Paganini, basically said, Giovanni, there's no way you're going to find a second bassist who can possibly play this. It's just 15 minutes of fireworks. I'll play the violin part. I'll play the second bass part on violin. And so that's how everybody plays it now today. And it's one of my favorite pieces of music. I think it's maybe the best piece of music written for double bass out there as a solo instrument. It's incredibly, incredibly difficult. There's things, I look at the score all the time, I think, how does he do that? Especially he had a short fingerboard, which I'll talk about as well, like mine, so he had to basically, to get high notes above the fingerboard, he would have to pull the string to the side. It wasn't always a harmonic. And so you kind of get these types of effects. Let's see if I can do it. Yeah, so it's quite, you have to be quite precise. And I just wanted to read one review that I have here of his, one of his performances in London of the Carnival of Venice. And that would be, and this to me says a lot about him as an artist and composer, and maybe one of the reasons he's not so widely performed, or widely known, although he was such an important figure in Italian music of the 19th century. About the Carnival of Venice. How he bewildered us by playing all sorts of melodies in flute-like harmonics, as though he had 100 nightingales caged in his double bass. Where he got his harmonic sequences from, how he hit the exact place with his long, sensitive, ivory-looking fingers, how he swarmed up and down the fingerboard, holding it round the neck at times with the grip of a giant, then after eliciting a grumble of musical thunder, I'll do that later as well, darting up to the top and down again, with an expression on his face that never seemed to alter, and his face always calmly and rather grimly surveying the audience. How his bow moved with rapidity of lightning, I have heard him play it some 3 or 4 other solos as well, since at intervals of years. His stock seemed to me limited, but when you can make your fortune with half a dozen or even a couple of solos, why play more? And I love that. I really understand his critique, and I've never worked personally on the Carnival of Venice, so I just wanted to show a quick clip of an excellent bassist from the Concertgebouw playing some of these fireworks that I mentioned. It's just such virtuosic stuff. It's really not my taste. I don't think it's the best piece of music he ever composed, but I can see why it wowed audiences at the time. And so we'll just take a quick listen. Hopefully that's loud enough. Let me know if it's too loud or not loud enough. So I mean, that's just, for the non-double bassists out there, that's some really gnarly stuff. I mean, it's just incredibly, incredibly difficult. And especially, so this bassist from Concertgebouw, his fingerboard goes to here, basically. His fingerboard goes to like here. So all of this space, he can still press the notes, whereas Bottesini had to either do harmonics or the string bending, which I've mentioned. So I can understand why, audiences must have just been shocked and awed anytime that he took the stage. Especially in London, where Dragonetti, by all accounts, an amazing bassist. Also an unconventional technique. He was always using his thumb everywhere on the instrument, and he would just do like whatever finger came, he would play, and he had allegedly the strength of a giant. Some people do play thumb position down here. I don't. I find it incredibly awkward. Many people who sit can do it because the way the instrument is balanced, it just allows for that arm work better. Unconventional technique. The point being, the highest note in any of the Dragonetti pieces that I've found was, and because I'm in Scordatura right now, which we'll get to later, that actually sounded. So then you have Bottesini playing and Scordatura playing, or something, and playing so cleanly, I can imagine why audiences were just floored by the way he played. Good. I think it's time to talk a little bit about instruments. Has anyone played with a 3-string bass before? I know Jakob, of course, yeah. Has anyone played with a group that has played with a 3-string bass before? No. So this was definitely the norm in many, many parts of Europe for quite some time. What it basically allows for is, because there's, the heaviest string on any instrument is the lowest, thickest string. You take that off and you're taking so much pressure off the top of the instrument. And it's going to be much freer in sound. You have so much more expressive possibility, I would say. Because all of a sudden you have more dynamic range, you have more, the bow is much more sensitive. What I'll say about playing this, preparing this project was that it feels like playing a completely different instrument with these very thin high solo strings. It's, you get into this range on a normal bass and you expect to be able to just lay into it. If I do that here, it'll sound not a sound I'm going for, especially with the Belcanto. So yeah, you can play faster and louder, all of the things that we all want to do. Especially when you're trying to project over an orchestra. The strings go down easier because you all of a sudden have 30 kilograms of weight taken off of the instrument. And I've found it's a different type of loud as well. it's a more loud versus this kind of focused loud. So yeah, that's the long and the short of it. In solo playing, which is different from orchestra playing, of course, the 3-string has clear market advantages, and I'm completely convinced that this is the direction I'm going to keep going if I'm playing solo music, without a doubt. The disadvantages basically come from the lack of low notes, I would say.
Lack of what?
Low notes.
Yes.
Yeah. You know, this Bottesini concerto, which we'll be playing through in a little bit, was published in 1846, when Bottesini actually was in Havana at the time. And I always have this really romantic idea that there's a lot of Cuban influence in the music. I'm probably wrong, I can't verify that, but there's a certain schwung to the music that you hear in the traditional music of that region. I couldn't verify that, but it's just my theory. Also in 1846, Verdi's Macbeth was premiered, and on the first page already you're going below a G, and with a 3-string bass that's already impossible. You just can't do that. I can't say what the performance practice of the time was, but certainly as we get later and later, to me it becomes evident that in the orchestra they had to have 4 strings. I mean, there's this solo, very famous solo. Do you all know the solo from Otello, the space solo? Yeah. We'll have to play. Take a listen to that. I found a couple of really interesting recordings that I want to share. So this is Desdemona sings Ave Maria. It's a very beautiful aria, and then all of a sudden you have stillness, and the basses come and play. It's like the menacing low notes, this cliche, I guess. They play this really ominous solo, and it starts with a low E, which, you know, I simply don't have. I have a C. And a bassist who's not in scordatura would have an A. Exactly, same C. So, without a doubt, that was played on 4-string basses. And that is the moment, actually, this moment sets up Otello murdering his wife, Desdemona. Let's actually take a listen to that. I found 2 really lovely recordings, and I'm curious to hear your thoughts on them. Just like yesterday, it might be a little bit difficult to get really, really loud, because these recordings are quite old. So first we'll set up the aria, and then we'll go into the double bass solo. So that gives you a picture. I think she's singing a prayer there. My Italian is non-existent. Does anyone speak Italian? Does anyone? Anyway,
Well, it's the Ave Maria.
Ave Maria.
She prays before going to bed.
That was my thought, but I didn't want to say something that I'm not sure of. And so, just to contrast that, we hear that, and then comes... So that is the such a powerful moment, I think. Of course, the only reason that Verdi is writing double bass solos and just his.
Are there only basses playing?
I
heard some overtones.
This is
sounded like violas joining or something.
You know,
like
this is a really, really great question. I'm so glad you asked. I don't know.
I wasn't sure.
But I heard this as well immediately, and I thought. I also thought.
I heard
as
it
well.
higher often. Maybe it's overtones.
No. There's definitely other instruments playing there, and one thought I had, and for sure this is not a three-string bass playing up the octave.
But this is not what the score said. The
This is
score
absolutely
says
not what the
only
score
basses.
says. Only basses.
All right.
And only in this recording is this, from what I found. I can imagine Toscanini, you know, have any of you heard his recordings of him shouting at the bass player? It's just so lovely. It warms my heart. I can just imagine that maybe he didn't trust his bass section enough to do this.
You put some cellos.
No, actually, I didn't know that. Or maybe somewhere in the back of my head. Yeah. So I also thought about that. It's a really interesting sound. The vocalist, by the way, if anyone's curious, is Hevanelli. Does this name ring a bell to you? Yeah. Beautiful. And what I found such a contrast is, you know, Toscanini was a real dictator, as we said yesterday, and she had all the freedom she wanted with portamento and rubato. Bass section, absolutely not. No. It was very straight playing, if I might say. Did you have a comment?
No, I just can I say something quick to this Otello solo because it's so interesting. So this comes in when theorists already advocate mixed sections of 3 and 4 string sections, and it's in the parts which you can find on IMSLP. I just looked it up. I'm not sure. Bottesini wrote fingerings for that solo, so Verdi asked him, you know, can you provide me the fingerings because nobody's going to know how to play this, so can you send it to me? And it's indicated that only the basses with 4 strings should play the first note because it's the low E. And then he says, okay, the rest, also the people with 3 strings can go on play this.
I saw this as well, and I wasn't sure how to interpret that. That makes a lot of sense, though.
Yeah. So he says, you know, only the people with 4 strings, please play the first note.
It says 4th chord at the bottom.
Quattro chord, yeah, exactly, yeah.
So the beginning is not possible on the 3 strings.
Absolutely not.
It's the lower E. Yes.
I mean, so basically, the first 2 notes are not possible.
Right.
So again, people with absolute pitch. Sorry. So in scordatura, I am, but I'll play it in normal tuning. You would have to go. It would sound really bad, you know. Yeah, so you can't octavate there. It just doesn't work.
So you think this is evidence that they had mixed groups with 3
Oh,
strings?
yeah, we
and
know
this
that
is-
they had
this is-
absolutely. They
evidence.
advocate in the 1880s, I don't know the exact dates, but they advocate for 3 and 4 string mixed sections with a 3-to-2 ratio. So 3-to-2 in favor of the 3 strings.
In favor of the 3 strings. So they had quarters.
And of course, you know, as we talked about a little bit yesterday, don't really know if it has anything to do with this side of the world, but music was already so international at that point. Who knows? I can't say definitively either way, but in Berlioz's treatise on orchestration, he says the best section is a mixture of 3, 4, and 5 strings. Yeah. His music's crazy. It's so much fun to play. So I wanted to just contrast the very straight Toscanini recording, which I have to say, bass sections today still have trouble playing that super together and in tune, and I thought it was like really, really high quality.
Kannst du das bestätigen?
Ich kann das bestätigen.
Nichts ohne meinen Anweis.
Kollege ist da.
I mean, you can just go on YouTube and you can hear a lot of different orchestras playing it, and I won't name any names, of course, but it can be pretty gnarly. I mean, and I get it because I've played a lot with symphony orchestra as well, and as soon as you start getting above this G harmonic here, you know, this is the highest note in the Otello solo. Getting 8 basses to play that all precisely with the same bow pressure, bow speed, and the finger just in the same place is rather, it's just not easy. I mean, Richard Strauss also wrote way up there, and it can be really impractical if you have a bigger section actually. Or also if you're two, I find with 2 basses it can be really challenging. Okay, enough talk about disparaging my instrument. We'll move on to just a contrast, a very different interpretation of this solo. So, I want to hear your thoughts on differences in interpretation and such, and the performance practice, the execution. Anyone?
A little bit more portamentos this time.
There are more portamentos this time, absolutely.
Still less than I was following this a Ricordi edition, right? Yeah. Still less than the ones printed there, but
Yeah.
in the right direction.
Still nearly enough.
Not nearly enough, no.
Yeah. One thing from a practical perspective that I'll say about portamento and my own trials and errors is that with the, maybe you guys have the same, I don't know. I find that with the lower string instruments, it starts to become really difficult to make the portamento really convincing and not sound like an accident or out of tune, or maybe this is my modern ears, I'm not sure, but you have to really be very exact and very careful. From my perspective, my experience, it's very, very difficult to make a convincing portamento on a double bass. To me, this bass section it was a really nice portamento, but to my ear, they sounded quite a bit more out of tune than the Toscanini recording. This was actually La Scala with Carlos Sabino, is that the correct pronunciation?
Sabino, yeah.
Sabino, yeah. So, I mean, that was top orchestra for opera in Italy at the time. This was recordings right around 1930. Both of them right around 1930, I would say. So really, the best musicians of the time there. One of the most famous conductors of the time.
But around that time, the three-strung bass was already like.
It was already done. Yeah,
it sounded like everyone was playing the low.
Yeah, so this is the case. 3-string bass was completely out of fashion at that point. The only place that maybe there was still some holdover would have been in England. They were really the last holdouts
Yeah, will you give us a short timetable? When are the first traces of orchestras with three-string basses, and when did the tradition end?
You know, that is a really good question. I can't speak so much to the beginning of it. This is something I've looked into. I'm not really sure. I mean, basses have undergone so many different transformations between 6 strings, 5 strings, 4 strings, 3 strings. Do you perhaps have an idea?
I just know that it's, you know, it has to be researched more.
Yeah.
The beginnings of
it's
that are a
unclear.
little bit lost, but it might be earlier than what we think.
Right.
And this is what I was going to say. I'm still very much in. There's so much more for me to research, is what I'll say. I'm really looking forward to that research as well. So I don't have all the answers today.
Dragonetti, for example, you know that he used also 3-string bass?
He did use 3 strings, yeah.
Definitely.
That's confirmed. He was like, yeah, he was a 3-string guy. He also tuned down his A string to G a lot of the time. And then he had, you know, first of all, it's just incredibly resonant. You have G, D, G tuning. It's huge sound, and you get more low notes. He had a massive heavy bow, looks like this one. And there's many really wonderful stories of Dragonetti. One of them, which I'll share, that gives you an idea of his personality and his power at the instrument, was he was staying in a convent of nuns, and I don't remember exactly what they did to anger him, but they made him upset. And in the middle of the night, he took his bass and he just started, bah! The loudest sounds he possibly could, and it was quite literally earth-shaking. He woke up the whole convent of nuns because of perhaps a miscommunication. And so I also
food.
yes, could be. And so what I can say, just based on their writing styles, the equipment they used, and the contemporary accounts of these 2 giants of the 3-string bass, Bottesini and Dragonetti, is that Dragonetti was a much more orchestral and maybe, it's unfair to say, but I don't have a better word to come to mind, maybe brutal player. I mean, he was loud, probably lots of knack in the sound, very aggressive playing. I mean, he was a virtuoso as well. He played Beethoven's 2nd cello sonata for Beethoven himself, with a lot of octavio, dropping of the octave. Shanti Nachtigall, I believe her last name is publishing an edition of this 2nd cello sonata based on her research on the way Dragonetti might have played it, based on his writing and accounts and stuff. And I find that very fascinating. That's definitely something I'm going to buy when it's published. And Bottesini was this very, I can imagine, very fine player. He was playing with an overhand grip. You know. Jean-Michel plays this way. He could demonstrate better than I can. I don't play this way. And I have to imagine that his bow was quite a bit lighter than Dragonetti's. And just the practicality of the thing, you know, if everybody's saying he's so exact and so perfect, and up here, and he was so singing, I mean, I just have to imagine his sound was a much less brutal sound. I want to talk a little bit about the instruments, and bows seems like a good segue. Does anyone have a question, or?
Yeah, I don't want to stop you.
No.
But you thought that the orchestras with 3-string basses were common not only in Italy but also in other regions of Europe.
Most definitely.
Where are the traces? I mean, what orchestras did use that? It's I mean, this is interesting for us to see whether it applies to our repertoire.
So I think to me, the great link, and perhaps it goes even earlier than this, but to me the great link is Dragonetti. He was traveling all over Europe playing. As I said, he was the highest paid musician in London in the 1830s or so, 1840s. And I mean, he went as far as Russia. He played for the Tsar of Russia. He played in Vienna. Everywhere in Europe. He was very, very famous. And I mean, there's French basses, like the bass that I brought yesterday, this large French, basically stretched out violin. That was originally a 3-string bass that was built in the mid-1800s. So this is still something that needs to be researched.
So the Paris organ, concert spirituel, do you think they used 3-stringed instruments when Mozart came? And
I could definitely imagine that, yes, absolutely. And also you see in Mozart's writing especially, actually he very, very rarely goes below A. So generally in the performance practice...
You mean the low A?
Yes, exactly. He rarely goes below.
Usually, I mean, the basses in Mozart are doubled with the cello line. I mean, there's only one basso line.
Right.
But this goes right to the C.
Yeah, actually you're making a good point. I was just thinking about the Haydn that I was playing last week. Nothing really went below the A.
I mean, Haydn sometimes writes 2 bass lines.
Right,
For
right,
cellos
right.
and basses, but with Mozart, it's usually one basso line, isn't it?
Yeah, actually that's a good point.
Yeah.
Statement retracted.
But that's a question of octavating.
Yes, definitely. And I mean, this is a very, very common practice.
We played the Mozart Paris Symphony. It was written for Paris.
Right.
And, do we have to imagine that with a 3-string bass?
Most definitely, I would say so. I think this most definitely it sounds so concrete. I would say this is definitely the case, that they were playing 3-string basses then. And also another connection to that Viennese or Austrian school of writing, Haydn and Dragonetti were friends as well. They met each other in London.
And what about the Viennese orchestras? But they had another tradition.
They had another tradition, yeah, and you can see from the receipts of string catalogs purchased specifically at the Esterhazy estate. All of the basses there were using what's called Viennese tuning, and that's basically so much fun to play on those. This is basically a very large viol. It's tuned from lowest to highest, F, A, D, F sharp,
With
A.
a third in the middle. Yeah.
And a third on the bottom.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can also tune, some people tune it down to the F down to a
But
D.
this is definitely a 4-stringed instrument.
5.
5.
Yeah, definitely
This is
5-string
fine.
instrument.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we still have many intact examples of these instruments. I think Francesco, our bass colleague, was even saying he has one. I played on... I'm sorry, I didn't see that.
He's backstage today.
Yeah. But you have a Viennese bass, was that right? Or that...
Yes,
Yeah.
kind of with Viennese tuning, yes.
Yeah, okay. But also, so I played on a bass last week that was built in Linz, probably 1770. That was still with the Viennese setup and such. So they had a different tradition, absolutely. So a lot of the historical performance ensembles today are playing Mozart Haydn with Viennese tuning. I think that's absolutely legitimate. I think you can also take this other angle though, that like the Mozart Paris Symphony is absolutely.
But also there was a mixture of basses.
Yes, I
Not
don't.
only exclusively Viennese.
No, of course not. But there's a very clear evidence that there was this tradition of Viennese tuning in Austria. This is certain. I mean, you can look at the receipts from Esterhazy estate in the 1770s. That's there at the very least. That is what they were playing, all the basses.
But also in Salzburg, it was interesting that Jakob said yesterday was more basses and cello in the orchestra.
Yeah.
Did you find any evidence about any German orchestras who would have used 3-stringed basses?
That wasn't so much yet the focus of my research because we've been focusing on Italian music. So that's not something I can necessarily speak to. What I can say about instruments built in that time from my observations is that many of them were pretty small. Many of them didn't have a block, actually.
Didn't have
I don't know what this is called in German. This part that goes in here, this piece of wood that keeps the neck in place.
Yeah.
So they wouldn't have been able to take a ton of pressure on the top of the instrument without risk of damage, and many of the ones that are still used today had to be completely restored because people use steel strings. That's not a very good combination. But it could have been 3 strings, could have been 4. I still have to do more research on that.
I have a strange piece of evidence. The first bass I played in my, I borrowed from my school, was a convert 3-string bass from Wittenwald from 1866. It was rather small, but it had this third hole, and there were 2 pegs in place of 1. So there was a tradition of probably smaller 3-stringed instruments in Germany, but most schools or theoretical books tell of 4 strings in tuning fourth, and of the so-called pianist tuning, which are used parallel in Germany. Only the 5-string pianist tuning only in Germany, and this with frets. Also, the other one without frets. But the 3-string seems to be more for the folk music in Germany.
Okay, yeah.
Seems, but
I mean, for the early Wagner, it would be interesting. I mean, Wagner went to Paris, and Wagner had his works performed in Italy. What would he have met there? He would have met mixed groups.
In Italy, probably not by this point.
It was too late.
Depending on when he went. No, it was earlier.
Too early,
I mean,
probably.
they advertised for mixed groups in the mid 1880s. So then Wagner was already dead.
Okay, so he would have met when he...
In Italy, he would have met 3-string groups.
Okay.
And I'm pretty sure that in France, by that time, they used four strings.
yeah, I think
In France, already 4-string.
yeah, Cherubini, when was the director of the
Conservatoire. Yeah.
he decided to have a 4th string
Yeah.
as a double bass.
But that's,
I don't know in which year.
but that's also interesting in itself, because what was before that?
Mhm.
What came before that? Because that was the directive, right?
I mean, to keep it, as a simple, this is, more research has to be done, but France and Germany in the 19th century, mostly 4 strings. Italy and England, mostly 3 strings.
It's interesting to in the one Wagner we played, it was written the basis with low E as to tune down to E sharp or
E
D
flat,
yeah.
So that means there are different bases, and there are a 4th and a 4th head to go lower.
Ah, yeah,
So-
okay. So we wrote those who have an E string, they should tune down.
for this.
No. He doesn't write it. He writes tune your lowest string to E
Yeah.
flat. That's what he. Yeah.
And that's because they just have 5 minutes of an E flat draw.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I might transition to talking a bit about the instrument, unless we have. Okay. I also just in terms of performance practice between orchestral players and solo players, I did want to read an excerpt of a method book of a student of a dear friend of Bottesini, and I think it's just such lovely writing. The lusciousness of 19th or early 20th century, late 19th century writing it really gets me.
I had a question.
Yep.
Double bass is famous for the harmony tone,
Mm-hmm.
and in solo there are a lot. Normally, the most interesting things in double bass solo. How did it do with the catgut? Catgut are they always too low? If you tune the grand tone good, the harmonic tone will be lower.
That's a great question, and this is also a problem I've encountered myself now.
So make a compromise, the grand tone higher, so wrong, and so.
I mean, this is one possibility, especially because, for instance, in the Bottesini concerto, you don't need to use too many open strings. So you could do that. That's one option. But there's some evidence, rumors, you might say, that Bottesini was using silk strings, actually.
What?
Silk.
Silk. Ah, you are there.
Yeah. And so this is a question that none of us have been able to figure out. I was going to go into this just now, actually. I can start talking about this. So there's this really great bassist in Brussels, Cornel Lecomte, who's done a lot of experimenting with this. He's asked Gerald Gensler, asked Nick Baldock, talked to Thomas Martin, all of these people who really have their expertise in strings. Can you make some gut string, or sorry, silk strings? Can you, how did this work? And basically his result was they break very easily. Like after, I mean, I've had my problems with these high gut strings even. They break incredibly easily, maybe after one performance even. And they kind of cut your fingers the whole time. So, I mean, I know there's evidence of violin and also viola da gamba silk strings having been used. This tradition of silk string making seems to have been lost, unfortunately. I know that Professor Lecomte went all the way to Japan to try out that instrument that has many bridges.
Koto.
Yeah, koto. He tried out some koto strings to put on his bass, and that had more success, but still didn't quite work. And his research seemed to have kind of hit a dead end, or at least he hasn't updated his research in some years. So this maybe the silk. What he did say was the harmonics sounded really clear and clean with the silk strings. So that's a possibility.
Exactly now I'm using a silk strings on my
Etwas lauter sprechen bitte.
Your E string is silk.
Yes, yes.
Really?
I'm trying now, exactly, because now I think in France, they are good maker for producing silk strings. And my colleagues suggest, because I'm just personally interested because I'm Japanese.
Yeah.
These koto strings also, it used to be, of course, you used only silk strings, but after second version comes nylon or more strong strings. So just I was curious already, I don't know when I was 20 years old, why they stopped producing even strings for koto strings, koto instruments, but of course there is the same for European instruments, like because loud or easy to play.
Yeah. But this is not a koto string, it's made for a violin.
Yeah.
And a Japanese string maker or European?
Well, I don't think like they produce.
I've never touched a silk string.
Well, and I put already one a month ago, and I'm exactly trying when it will be.
Yeah.
But my impression is now it's quite stable.
Okay.
The first 3 days you really need to chum.
Yeah.
That is not good for the before shortly before concert.
That's
Yeah.
After
harmonics.
3 days, quite stable. Well, quite stable. So I need to.
Can you play a few notes? Yeah.
Just play your E
No,
string
the
fast.
the
And some
harmonics
harmonics.
maybe. The harmonics.
Come on.
Yeah, I'm really curious.
Can you try the harmonics? Yes.
Oh, no, I need to do.
Can we compare that with the gut string now?
Sounds a little different. But maybe only because we know.
Yeah, there is also one string maker in France now. He makes for Lutz also with silk, but with silver finishes.
And this is natural silk. Natural
It
silk.
sounds a little another.
So they cost a fortune? Are they expensive? No?
It's not so like
It's fake silk.
Yeah, I mean, I was reading Cornel Lecomte, he was spending a lot of money on
I mean, you
strings.
need more silk for a double bass string, obviously.
Yeah, our strings, they get so expensive and, yeah.
I mean, in those days, the gut strings were much more expensive than the instrument itself.
Yeah.
What we told. Yeah.
Yeah.
Because you for one double bass string you had to kill how many?
Like 24 sheep or something.
24 sheep.
Yeah.
So it's really
I mean, it's a
expensive.
real slaughter.
The strings were much more expensive than the instrument.
Yeah.
The instrument is just wood.
I have a friend in Vienna that's playing actually with the Vienna Philharmonic Orchestra, and he is making his own strings. And he has a little machine at home that make the wines, and he plays on gut strings also, and he also made some silk strings actually.
Ah. So this is.
I could. I don't know if the way he makes strings is more like his own thing or it's like a really historical performance, but I played on some of his silk strings, and actually, to my experience, it was very similar to the gut sound. But I don't know where he got his silk and how he found it.
He has a fountain.
But one of the criticisms in this rabbit hole I've gone down with the silk double bass strings is that they lack the warmth of the gut strings. Maybe for a violin string, when it's that thin, it doesn't make as much of a difference. I really want to try the silk strings. It seems really hard to find anyone who's willing to make them for double bass. But, and also they just, at this stage, they seem to be still incomparable. That would be something to keep diving into and keep researching. And while we're on the topic of strings, so we've already mentioned most of the scordatoras of the double bass. So we talked about normal double bass tuning with 3 strings, so from bottom to top, A, D, G. Könntest du vielleicht Zopfen dein A, D und G Seiten? So could you play maybe your A, D and G just yeah, just the open strings. In comparison to this scordatura, a minor third up. And then there was also what's called solo tuning, which is still in existence today. If you go to an orchestral Probespiel in Germany, double bass, you'll hear everything 1 tone higher. Bruckner Symphony 7 in F sharp major, Mozart Symphony 40 in A minor, and so on and so forth. It's a bit brighter of a sound. It's a bit easier to play. So that tradition comes from this solo bass gut strings. Bottesini was doing this as well. His student Billet, who wrote 7 volumes of methods for the orchestral and concert double bass player, said that it was his hope that one day they don't need to do that anymore because the string quality will be so good that they can just tune everything in normal tuning. I didn't quite understand his logic, but he said it displeases the ear when one plays an E and hears an F sharp. But in any case, maybe he had absolute pitch.
So we're going to play the Bottesini slow movement in A flat major. You would play in C.
I will play I will play in F.
You will in F, yeah, sorry.
Yes.
Sorry, you play in F, yes.
Yeah, and so that was
F major.
there's 2 versions, 4 Handschrifts actually, which is really cool. All of the bow markings and stuff are different with each Handschrift. 2 of them for piano, 2 for orchestra, 1 in B minor and 1 in C minor. And so he had different strings tuned half-stepped apart to play, depending on the situation. These strings are from Efrano, actually, and they really, really don't last very long. I've broken several strings. I mean, this top B-flat string is so thin, it's so fragile. It's not actually a B-flat string, it's an A string tuned up. So it's really playing a dangerous game. I've had this string on for a week, and maybe you can already see the hairs on it. It's really, they disintegrate quickly. It's quite a shocker when a string explodes on you. Maybe the violinists are used to it, but us bassists are not. And I just wanted to talk about why I think this bass could be kind of a good idea of how Bottesini's bass might have sounded in his day. First of all, so Bottesini played on several basses, but his famous bass that he played on was a Carlo Testore, built in 1716. And this bass is a North Italian instrument without a label, built probably about 100 years later than that, so just shortly before Bottesini was born. The body length of this bass is actually exceptionally long. It's about 118 centimeters, and Bottesini's bass was about 115. So lengthwise, they're about the same. String length of this bass is 112. A normal double bass string length these days is 104, 105. And then a Diesst bass is maybe
108.
Yeah. So string length is really long, and I could imagine actually for Bottesini that helped his 1/4 technique, because if string length was too short, then maybe he would get a little bit cramped. The woods, of course, spruce, both were spruce, and then the back is beechwood, and so that's a bit unusual for a bass.
Beechwood is was? Beechwood.
Poplar.
Buche?
Sorry, I didn't know that. It's not one you come across in your daily German. Question?
Why do you have this tuning?
Sorry?
This is the tuning of Bottesini, the one you have now?
Yes, exactly.
So one.
1/3 higher, yeah. So we'll play it in this C minor Fassung for string orchestra with the 1/3 higher. Yeah. So in any case, the dimensions of the basses are very similar, built in the same region, out of the same tradition. This bass was found in an attic like 35 years ago in pieces and was completely restored. Bottesini's bass was found in a marionette theater covered in garments and without strings or a bridge, and he had it restored and bought it. So another small piece of...
Does it still exist, Bottesini's bass?
Yeah, it does. And what I find so fascinating is it was originally a 4-string. It was, so Thomas Martin in London, he had worked on the bass quite a lot, and it has the 4th missing peg hole. It's been filled in, but because it's a 4-string bass with steel strings now, which I personally find a little bit of a shame. And you can see in the old pictures that he has also, basically what I've done here, he has 4 peg holes and then a 3. It was originally a 4-string bass. It is currently owned by an amateur enthusiast in Japan. And and it's occasionally loaned out for concerts and recordings, but it's quite kept under wraps these days. It's been an hour of me speaking. That feels like quite a lot. Wow. Should we maybe play a little bit? Or do we need a break first? Or?
Let's play something.
Okay.
Thank you so far.
just once play it through?
Yeah, just do a play through how this feels. See how it feels. With the live stream on this.
With a live stream on this time. Like in the old days.
Yeah.
No, it's
Not almost in two, I could imagine. Dear gift, maybe each, that I could imagine.
Yeah, that's right.
Okay.
And also here I could
You could use.
you can just arrive early on the half.
Great.
Because it's again it's this kind of very it's just 8 notes most of the time, and we have a lot of time to listen to what you're doing to react. So just try and drive the way of interpretation that you want. Let's start directly in bar 9.
That would be my interest.
That's right. Yeah.
I love the two.
4, 5, 5. And then you stretch it without having to wait on the next sound.
Sure.
Let's try this again. And let's find a sound in the orchestra that is very transparent in a way. Let's see. Silky. Yeah. No guts. Imagine you're in Havana 1846.
I just wanted to say that it could have, somebody pointed out in the long list of things that I've read that maybe this whole Montesini's silk strings thing was actually a mistranslation of his sound being silky. Could it be? I don't know.
Or a marketing gag.
Yes, that too. But it is noticeable, Jean-Michel's right, the harmonics is very difficult to get them to pitch. It's, they sound a little bit flat no matter what. So, okay.
And maybe second line is when you have this. Just bring the offbeat just a little earlier and stay a little longer on. Okay, directly by 9 again, right? To play on the next one, and we kind of just play bar 18 in tempo and don't really react to what he's doing because that's kind of a free cadence bar, and you don't really need to line up.
Exactly.
Let's try this in 17.
Sorry, it's just suddenly reminding me of this observation of the singers always coming in slower or being slower than the orchestra. Often.
Yeah.
Yes,
and it's often what you hear also in early recordings, even with leader players, leader pianists. When the singer is done, they just rush the players. And also the introduction, sometimes the first 2 bars of the introduction are so much faster than what the singer is doing. It's just, nobody cares about what he does. Singer, and then just bring it home.
We talk a little bit about portamento in the orchestra. I mean, the soloist does such a nice portamento, so I'm a little reluctant to do it in the tutti again, but maybe we should do it.
I would think in that whole discussion of legato and vocal thing, it shouldn't come out as something that you can notice as, oh, they did a portamento, but still this kind of very, it's just like, it's the olive oil thing
Yeah.
that is just connecting and maybe not so
present.
not present.
But we should do it. So some of us definitely did it already. So let's try to really
Yes, it should just happen. Yeah.
the Sato is
The goal, the fundamental.
It's just the tool.
The tool.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. Shall we just go on with 17 so we can cover a bit ground? 17. We listened to yesterday from this aria from La Gioconda, where the soloist, the singer, was kind of driving the action because she's always ahead of the orchestra. So we're going to and then especially when we get to bar 30 and 31,
I can definitely do that.
Yeah. And kind of with this idea of crescendo, we are going forward, also in motion. And then, but this is really the operatic moment, is bar 35.
So that's one of those moments where it's like, you have to simultaneously use so much bow, but you also need so much bow. Maybe you've experienced this yourself as a soloist, like, wow, I need to project a lot. It needs to be getting slower, and I need to be getting louder. I need to figure out how to do that.
Yeah. As like open or closed sound.
Yeah.
And I think this bar 35 would be the moment where I think a portamento between every note would not feel out of place.
Okay.
It's like we heard in this recit yesterday by this Herbert Janssen, even in Wagner, with every note, there is this connection, this filling in. Can we go from, let's try 25, this whole place?
Yeah. And when there's 27, I don't know whether those dots are original or not, but no way. Can we try, I think it would be Magdalene's journey at the tip of the bow, to have a nice contrast between the cantilena and the breathtaking orchestra accompaniment. What do you think?
Yeah.
Would that be in the style?
That's, I mean, he would certainly have encountered it somewhere when he played it. So.
And I was going to say, this is actually based on Bottesini's Handschrift. This edition is basically copied to the book now.
So there are some dots around.
Yeah.
Can we try it?
Yeah.
On the string, Marcato or Martello.
On the string, but let's still have this kind of this general shape to the note and kind of moving it forward. Shall we try 25?
25, sorry. Just having score. No, it's magical. Yeah.
It's just after. Yes, you can just start in the middle of the bar.
Okay.
25. And really drive us along to kind of give us the direction where you want to go.
Should I invite them to come with me? Can we just push forward there, or should I actually be consistently ahead of them?
I think be ahead on the downbeats and wait for us to react, and then be ahead on the next downbeat as well.
Okay.
Let's try that. 25. Really try to be early on the down beat. Ba, 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 ba.
It's such a foreign feeling.
I know.
Yeah.
I know.
Yeah.
But this is a safe space.
Yes, yes, of course.
Even though it's relaxing. 25 again? Try to be ahead on the downbeat as well.
Yeah.
Because that forces us to follow you. Let's go a little later. Let's go 29.
It's the last one, yeah?
Yeah? 29. So bam 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 especially with the jump that high.
One, two octaves.
Yeah. And you can even slide it. You can.
I do that.
Yeah, something like this. Yeah, absolutely. Just as we emulate the singing style, you know, just look for little tricks and things. Let's start with 37.
But can we be careful with our crescendo not to cover, not to cover?
Yeah, it's with this setup what I'm finding is that it only gets so loud and then I have to compromise the sound. But there's a lot of you, so I'm doing my best to figure it out as well. I don't know how it sounds 20 feet out there or anything.
I mean, it's very loud here.
Yeah.
I think we should leave the crescendo to you, and then follow, and not force you to.
And also the general idea of these solo concertos in that time, at least in Italy, of what I know, or in Italian surroundings, would be that the orchestras in the pit and the solos is on stage.
On the theatre stage.
On the theatre stage.
This is also something I completely forgot to mention, is that between acts of conducting operas, what a singer would get on the stage and then play improvisations over the themes and stuff. Yeah. I mean, people were packing the halls for that.
Between the acts of Okay, 37?
We should revive that.
Yeah.
Sorry, what?
37 is the beginning of this.
Yeah, good.
Und jetzt kommt unser Kontrabassist.
take time and we just play boom, 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 boom. We play that because nothing else is happening anyways.
Yeah.
And you just take the time that you want. I love this large Ritterland and also the portamento. I enjoy it. Can we go from 41? That's just after the
Yeah, good, of course.
Let's see. I played a little of Tango at the end. Yeah, poco tratto. What could that mean? It's just like poco ritenuto, basically. Yeah. Do you have that in the orchestra as well?
Yes.
62.
To me, that's really where the piece ends. You have this beautiful minor 4 chord, and then you have the 1, and everything's kind of nice. D flat minor. How often do you get to play F flat major chord and a D flat minor chord? I mean, it's a rare treat, isn't it?
Always keeping, I would love to bring that together timing-wise.
As you guys play.
The end.
Let's timing-wise, as you imagine. Let's be very disciplined about timing.
Yeah, let's try maybe from 61. And also here, maybe you can try
a little bit more through the time.
Kind of playing these 16th notes, not lining up with the 16th notes in the first part.
Okay.
Just kind of crunch them a little bit at the end, but always with this kind of legato idea. 61. And another experiment. Now I love the 16th notes, but don't wait for the next. Okay. And if you're early, you're early.
Okay.
Yeah, let's try that.
It's
such a strange thing.
As a bass player, I like it.
Well, for everyone.
Yeah, yeah. It's great.
Yes! As you want with this last note, because it's about that last note, and we're just like, maybe the old disc is running out. we need to come to the end. Yeah, bravo. Really nice.
Take a break now. Thank you.
Nice. Wow, thanks a lot. Very let's look at the altar. First movement we did this, quite a while ago, back in the pandemic days. The funny laughter machine. All right.
know, it's really interesting how, also like how, you know, when we had unmarked tracks, how we're starting to take initiatives where you're portamento and going forward and stuff like that. So it's really great to see. Should we look at the second movement to just kind of through it and see what we remember? Is it the same? Is it the same as this one? For both. Yeah, that would be. Should we go that like?
Thank you. Thank you so much. Great. Shoot, you want to work on this? What should we do? Because I brought the material with me to listen to and specifically the reason why I wanted to show it to you is that there are lots of markings out there in Elgar's scores. I mean, not just Elgar's scores, but there's seemingly specific ones. You know, the sforzandi, the tenutos, the written word ten, tenuto, and then also the dash. All these things, and so we could start with. How much time do we have? We could start with that and work after the lunch break. What do you think?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah. Anyway, also
To get
this
it
idea of
appropriate.
yeah. But the thing is, it's clear that we've played this and we're really starting to expect certain things, and that's really wonderful. So it's, I think, really good to maybe get into some details. So yeah, let's do it then. Okay. So let's see. Yeah, I think
the projector just
just in time. Just in time. How do I wake him up? Do I need to? I don't want to touch it. So as we know, with Elgar, with this area of repertoire, we have, of course, the extreme fortune of having a lot of information, including recordings of composers themselves, as well as people, you know, as Jakob's wonderful presentation yesterday showed us. You know, we have access to very close points to the source, or at least the world which this music inhabited. And today I wanted to specifically zoom in even further on this and investigate what composers themselves did. And of course, in our case, in Elgar's case, we've listened to, I believe, the recording of the Serenade once, a long time ago, as a reference point. But yeah, to expand on that a little bit, that's my attempt for today. And I was actually in contact with Clive Brown literally 3 days ago to ask whether he knew of any connection between Elgar and Hamilton Harty. He'll feature prominently in my talk, but he couldn't say that there was any personal connection. That they weren't like necessarily friends. They were also one generation apart, but certainly they were operating in the same circles. And I found this quote out of his email wonderful. I think Elgar's freedoms and those of so many of his contemporaries give us permission to do all sorts of things we were brought up to believe were illegitimate. But of course, we still ought to know the appropriate parameters. It's really, you know, a wonderfully concise, yet also opens so many doors. So that's what hopefully we'll be doing. Things we'll be investigating. Composer's intention, you know, the score, which is kind of often our only source. Luckily for some of these pieces, not necessarily, which is great. We have also the audio data to back it up. So how does that line up with each other? When the composer plays his own piece, does he follow his own markings? What happens? And then instead of listening to the string serenade of Elgar, conducted by Elgar, which we've listened to before, I thought it would be interesting to go to another piece of Elgar's, the Enigma Variations, because of many reasons. Well, these two. There are two recordings by Elgar of the piece. One made in 1921, an acoustical recording, so one that was made with one of those big horns with everybody crowding in front of it, and of course making many compromises in instrumentation and length. We have that from 1921, and then we have another one from 1926, an electrical recording. So
So now with microphones and the correct orchestration as well. And it also speaks of Elgar himself, who was he embraced this technology very much. He was very enthusiastic, clearly, about getting his recordings on record, his works on record. One of the composers who really actively, within 5 years, he was recording the same piece, but because there was a new way to do it, a new and better way to do it, he went forward and did it again. And then, I mentioned Hamilton Hartley. He was an Irish composer, conductor, pianist, really a fascinating man, actually. And he made a recording in 1931, so just 5 years after Elgar's second recording. So that's very interesting to compare. And yeah, details. Yeah. So what I said, all the little markings that we have quite a lot in these pieces. Sometimes we have one long gabel, hairpin, combined with the shorter one, what we would call an accent. What's going on? What you do? Can we get more precise information of how people, the dash, what we would also call tenuto, right? The dash tenuto and the written word tenuto. Is there a difference? Can we hear that in his recordings, etc., and so forth? Yeah. So that's what I would like to do. And I have still yet to really go down the Elgar rabbit hole, but from the bits that I can gather, he seems to have been a very interesting man. He was from humble origins, especially in thinking England, of the 19th century, when class mattered, basically determined your entire life. He married, I believe, upwards in class, and that was already scandalous. And he was a very modest person living in modest means, and the success that he had with these works, Violin Concerto, Enigma Variations, he was quite ambivalent to it. He got a very multifaceted person who I believe was also very open to many different interpretations of his works. So to start with the very first one, so the Yehudi Menuhin. And do you know this recording of Yehudi Menuhin playing the Elgar Violin Concerto with composer conducting? Okay, that's something we should unpack one day. It's an amazing document. So the short overview or summary. The concerto was written actually quite earlier than 1932 when the recording was made. Even the early 10s, something like that. But it was dedicated to Fritz Kreisler. And Fritz Kreisler loved the work, performed it often, but when approached with the opportunity to record it, he just kind of ghosted Elgar. He just wasn't into it. Also to give you an idea, it wasn't just Fritz Kreisler, but Yisai was also very enthusiastic about this concerto. He wasn't asked to record it, of course, but he was also, I believe, he wanted to perform the piece, but somehow didn't get the rights or something like this. So the piece got a lot of attention from just about anyone who was around at the time. And so Menuhin was kind of not the expected choice. He was 16 at the time of the recording. Elgar was, I can't remember exactly how old. Anybody who could do math really quickly? He was born in 1857, and died in 1934. So this recording was made just in time, a year or two before Elgar died. Your friendship, wrote Elgar to Menuhin, has given me a new zest in life. To hear you play the concerto, now over 20 years old, gives me the deepest artistic satisfaction. I have never felt such a reading as you gave it, with such a thrill of expression. And I love how, of course, it's really just a wonderfully warm set of words, but also I find particularly interesting that last bit. I've never felt that such a reading as you gave it. that your interpretation really struck me. Yeah. And to give more of an idea of his aesthetic ideals, as we are more and more coming to expect, this is a letter to August Jäger, a German publisher actually, who went to England and became one of Elgar's best friends, who basically scooped Elgar out of depression and times when Elgar thought he just should stop and go do something else. He was quite an important figure in Elgar's life. So yeah, he writes to August, when they, Elgar's work, go as I like, elastically and mystically, people grumble. When they are conducted squarely and sound like a wooden box, these people are pleased to say it's better. It's a curious thing that the performances that I've hated and loathed as being caricatures of my thoughts are the very ones held up as patterns. Yeah, so that in itself is interesting. It tells us about Elgar and what he wished for, and it also tells us about how people were playing, possibly, maybe not the best orchestras, possibly. We don't know exactly which orchestra he's referring to, but yeah, it tells us about possibly the conditions in which he was based. And yeah, a review from the Times, 1926. Again, I don't know which work. I need to look into it. But the orchestra played with great purity of tone and were responsive to Sir Edward's very personal rubato. Elgar's rubato is characterized by the subtle use of tenutos and the Gothic accents. We'll hear that a lot. Accelerados, rallentantos in such a way that the overall flow of the music is not impeded. Yeah, so a little smattering to get us, get a picture of Elgar and what he might have been like. Good. So number one contestant is Bela Bartok. That's a caricature from, I believe, the 20s. So he was still around and shocking people clearly with his very bold and new kind of music. So before I play the actual recording, do we know this recording? Are you familiar with this? Okay, good. Can you okay, let me give you also another pointer. So he writes, often Bartok writes metronome markings and also even the length of a desired piece. No? So think about that just a bit. And let's also hear metronome 80. This is what he writes. Yeah. Okay. Here's. What surprises me is that with this available text, I would never have come up with this. Never. I mean, it completely surpasses. Unfortunately, I can't unhear it. But I mean, if I really stick to the text, maybe with the hairpins and things, I would have been encouraged to go forward. But the general character of just, it almost sounds like a jazz pianist playing. No, there's this casualness to the approach, which is so, just wonderful. Good. Yeah. first bar actually already with the 2 dots. I would have done exactly the opposite actually. Ja-da-da, you know. There you go.
Wie alt war als er
Ich weiß nicht genau, wann die aufgenommen wurde. Wobei, well, I know that he was a very if anything, he was a concertizing pianist. He had a let's say a proper career. I mean, yeah, as a concert pianist as well as a composer. I mean, I think those two things were completely equal, at least where he was concerned. So it is certainly not a question of. I mean, in some cases, you could argue where the piano kind of went to the side. I think he was very active. You have something.
I just wanted to ask,
Yeah.
57 seconds, he says this
Yeah.
piece should last. How long is the
Oh, I didn't check. I did not check that.
No,
yeah.
It
Indeed.
would be
I should.
funny to see.
Yeah, right? Yeah, exactly. Does it last 57 seconds? Okay, I'm sorry. Yeah. So here's another one. This time, this moderato metronome marking 100. This time I can tell you that it's more or less correct. But if you keep the metronome on, it's all over the place. It never lines up. You know, he's always going around the beats, basically in every bar. So, kind of look at the score, see what you might think might happen. Here's 100 for you. And interesting is this, now, you know, having spoken about cadential rhythms, we will hear that. We will hear that. Second system, first bar, this relaxing of ends of phrases is something that you also hear as well. To repeat the piece again now with octaves. Yeah, not printed. Who knows when he thought of that, but you know, it's a very flexible thing. Yeah, and of course, none of the triplets are ever the same.
And right hand, left hand.
Yeah, the right hand, left hand, obviously. Yeah, just the dislocation. Yeah, but the cadential relaxing, you know, that's a feature that's not written, but now I'm starting to see it is actually all the time written in a sense. Good. Here's another one, Maurice Ravel. This exists in 2 versions, the acoustical recording, but also mainly piano roll. I want you to particularly you see that a tempo down in the first, last system. Yeah. Have a think about that, because like which tempo are we talking about here? Which a tempo? Among many other things that are interesting about this play. the whole first trill thing, you know, in the right hand. If you look at it, it looks very precisely notated. That he wants da 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 with the tremolo bit. But I mean, to me, it just sounds like, you know, yeah, it's kind of uncontrolled, let's say, flickering between these two notes instead of the very measured way that he seems to convey to us. Massive unwritten push in the third system. The rallentando starts way too early at the very end. And I wonder if you notice in the accents that we have, he broadens those notes. And then the a tempo, it's much slower than the beginning. You know, so yeah. You want to play again? Yeah. Last of the composers. I mean, there are many others, but I love these caricatures. They're so fun. So yeah, what's that? Yeah, totally. Totally. Except he has the wrong kind of thing on his arm. Sheet of music. So yeah, for this one, too. Yeah, let's just have a listen. Do we expect? I mean, are we coming to a point? I don't know. Maybe we're coming to a point where we expect these things. It's hard to tell now, you know. But
they never play twice the same.
Yeah,
and
right.
One time they rush and one time they.
Yeah, and it's also like it's part of larger gestures. Like you get a 2-bar gesture, 2-bar idea, you know. Or I loved how he, for example, sorry, the chord might just play again. But, why not? Like for example, in the second, fourth system, second bar, it says a tempo. He doesn't take the tempo back. He does it like 2 bars later, you know. Yeah. Yeah. It's so. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, and so we're starting to see many lines here, you know, like composers themselves were doing exactly what the interpreters were doing too. So another one that I particularly like is he rushed, that second system up there. He just, you know, like Schluss damit, you know, just get on with it. He just rushes through and gets on to the next idea. Yeah. What's that? Yeah, genau. Yeah, eben. Yeah, so this last one, Brahms moves. Of course, we have that supposed recording of the Hungarian dance, which is very audible of Brahms, but very hard to make out anything. But yeah, maybe you know these quotes already, but I'll read them anyway. So Brahms wrote a letter to Alvin von Beckerhardt, amateur violinist, who had a quartet and came into disagreement about a tempo in one of Brahms' quartets. And he wrote to Brahms asking, you know, what should we do? Is this the tempo? This is what I think. My violinist thinks this. And he says, I can quite easily start you on a subscription for metronome markings. You can pay me a tiny sum each week. I deliver to you different numbers. For normal people, they cannot remain valid for more than 1 week. Incidentally, you are right, and the first violin as well. Right? It's great, I love it. And then, this second is even better. Machen Sie es wie Sie wollen, machen Sie es nur schön. Yeah, and this was Fanny Davies, Karl Schumann's student, who went to Frankfurt and had, you know, maybe we know about her already, but just to review, she had just, if you can imagine sitting in the room with Karl Schumann at the piano, Joachim there, and Brahms himself, just kind of in a room, you know, pounding out piano trios, just in front of her eyes. And luckily, we know a lot about Brahms's performance practice quite in detail, thanks to her. She wrote down, she was very meticulous about notating these things, and especially if you ever get to play the C minor trio, Opus 101, I think, she's an absolutely indispensable source. Writes almost, you know, every 20 bars or 10 bars, or for a specific note, she has something interesting and informative to say. Yeah, good. So, how are we doing with time? Just to we'll get into everything. So, back to Elgar. Yeah, I hope we get to do this piece here. But it's fantastic. It's a fantastic piece. Really put Elgar on the international map, as it were, for just as a composer and international prominence. And it's a portrait gallery of his wife, himself, and his various friends. It has a crack down the middle because it comes from a CD booklet. Sorry about that. Amateur violist, back pianist, a friend's bulldog, a woman departing on voyage. They're all depicted in there. And it was conducted in London. No, was it London? I have to check on that. No, maybe it was the Halle Orchestra. Probably was. But anyway, it was 1899. And Hans Richter, that's a name we should know as a Wagner ensemble, did the premiere. And so there's also that interesting connection as well. And the European premiere happened not too far away in Düsseldorf, 2 years later. And then, St. Petersburg, went to St. Petersburg, Glazunov, Rimsky-Korsakov heard it, Mahler conducted it in New York, 1910. So it just had an explosive popularity and quite extraordinary.
But the hidden theme is still not found.
Well, I mean, there are books. There's been a lot of ink spilled on this, and the one bit I found was actually again this August Jäger that we saw earlier, the publisher, the German publisher friend, was actually do you know the Nimrod variation of this? Let me play it for you. If you don't, it's one of It's used often in like ceremonial situations nowadays. But here, why don't we do this? Probably somewhere here. Interesting already there in the score, that bit of moving forward, of course, is not again written. It's something that Elgar does, and also Hamilton Harty in the recording that we'll hear. But yeah, normally this piece, when played today, we take the first tempo and we keep it. That's just kind of the way it's done. To go back to it, yeah. So yes, Hamilton Harty. Yeah, here we are. Irish composer, conductor. What's that? Yeah.
The early Mr. B.
Yeah. Or the, what is it? My daughter does that. Yes. So he was a trendsetter before we knew it. Yes. So yeah, there was Michele Esposito, an Italian working in Dublin around the mid 19th century. Who knew? And he moved to London, 1901, career begins as conductor in 1904, noted interpreter of Berlioz, and he was chief conductor of the Halle Orchestra in Manchester from 1920 to 1933. And fun fact, Hans Richter, yeah, he was director there for just over 12 years, 1890 to 1911, and Ted Nagano was also director there. So there's a kind of funny connections being made here. Nothing is coincidence, I'm sure. And yeah, as one did back in the day, he served in the First World War in the Royal Naval Volunteer Reserve, and was posted for duties in the North Sea. And he was diligent and rose to the rank of lieutenant before being demobilized in June 1918. And was also very much in London circles, as you can imagine. He was London Symphony Orchestra's permanent conductor for those 2 years. Elgar was as well for the 2 seasons, or 1 season actually. And actually a completely different story, but after Elgar came Nikish, Otto Nikish, the Hungarian conductor, and he became he became the chief conductor, although he was also working in Gewandhaus and Berlin as well. And he, despite that, decided to take LSO to the US for a tour. And at the last minute, plans changed and they went via the Baltic states. But the ship that they were going to board was the Titanic. Yeah. Yeah, last minute save for Otto Nikish and the entire LSO. So yeah, quite a just gives me goosebumps just think of that. Yeah. But so yeah, that's where we are. And then maybe after the break, I mean it's like 5 minutes to 2. so it's from here on in, it's basically comparing a couple of notable examples from these 3 recordings that I mentioned earlier, and then to see what we can fish out from this and use to interpret our Elgar. So should we call it a wrap for now? Unless you have questions, we come back in 1 hour, and our viewers too. Thank you. All right. Thank you. I think we always have to take basically everything with a few grains of salt. To equate any one sign to one meaning is always very dangerous, of course, or rather, it's uninteresting. Let's say, the gray zone is what is of course exciting, but nevertheless, the bits of excerpts that I'll play for you hopefully will shed some light on a few of these signs, or at least in general, at least about the general direction that these signs mean. And of course, every composer has their own set of signs. That's also clear in how they use them. It's also very personal. And Elgar, we have the ones we see on the page. Let's see. And I'll also compare the two recordings that Elgar made, the acoustic one from 1921 and the one from 1926. I fished out a few significant, let's say, very obvious differences, excerpts that show obvious differences in between the two. So here we go. This is the theme of the Enigma variations conducted by Elgar. So I don't know, I mean, it's a little smaller than I thought it would be, but for example, there is an accent, I guess the short hairpin, but I'll refer to that as the accent, like right there. That's interesting how they kind of push that note, for example. There's the little Hütchen, as we've been calling it, the little hat in that bar. It's also interesting to see how they do that. Also in the basses, in the double basses in piano, see how they do something like that. Also lots of dashes, how they play that. It seems to me, well, like at least my observations I've put up to the left, that the hat is often associated with kind of a sustained, what we might call what Joachim called the intense sound, that it's held. At least that's what I seem to interpret it as that. And also interesting is that at least in Elgar's rendition, all the hairpins or the crescendo diminuendos, which of course have can have implications for movement, don't really seem to occur that much, or at least in this context. Let's go to the
Das gut, ja, so hart oder...
Eben, ich komme darauf. Ja. This is same piece, but then Hamilton parties. Thoughts?
Many different flows.
Yeah, right. Yeah, this one's more fluid in many ways, isn't it? Yeah. But about that Hütchen, yeah, he takes it as quite a. He even, I think, even seems like there's quite a crack in the sound. A very forceful consonant at the front of the sound. I think it holds it more. You know.
Ist es mehr ein Akzent oder nur eine Artikulation, also eine T oder?
Yeah, it sounds like that. It sounds like the second. Somebody said something over here.
Yeah, there are less portamenti that
Yeah.
that occur. That they are much more loud.
Yeah. Well, there's a he said less portamento, and I'll get when we get to the cello variation.
Yeah.
You'll be surprised. There's more than the other.
Yeah, it was more concentrated special on
specific.
specific
Yeah.
specific locations where the
Yeah.
portamento then was really
Intentional.
maybe too hard.
Yeah. Interesting. Yeah, indeed. One thing I didn't notice actually is that this seems to be a tendency. Oh, thank you.
One minute.
Nearly got that on Watch a violinist break and go. Good. So the other thing that I noticed across these tracks, which we will come back to often, is when Elgar writes T-E-N, he really lengthens the note. Sorry. Is this the one? Yeah. Oh, we don't really need the music anyway, but sorry. It's kind of hard to control. So like this second violin. In the Elgar one, you really hear the lengthening, that the two notes but become unequal. In Hartley's, it's again a little bit of a tendency. He goes more straight through these moments. But then on the other hand, the hairpins have a lot more generally has more movement, coming back and forward. Yeah. So interesting differences. Yeah. So let's go on to the next one. Good. So this is again, Elgar. We'll start with Elgar. The second variation. Sorry. Oops. Oh, sorry. Where's the
again, it's hard to see from, I can barely see it myself. But that first bar, it's in the clarinet. There's a tenuto there. As you get that second beat, he puts a tenuto on. And what Elgar does, I don't know if you caught it, but that first bar is slower than the second. So it's
Was haben wir gerade gehört? Elgar oder Hammond? Was haben wir gerade gehört?
Elgar, das war Elgar.
Das war
Yeah, genau. And the hairpins, they push forward, etc. Yeah, and then the other thing, that happens here, again hard to see, but he has T-E-N on those notes, and actually until I saw the music, I literally thought it was you know, it sounded dotted to me, and yeah, only when I saw it I understood what was going on. So let's listen to Harvey's now, which is slightly different, but also very much in touch with not so much movement. The inequality doesn't. Different approaches to the hairpins. Good. And here's an interesting one. So this is, now we're going to compare Elgar's first recording, the acoustic recording, and the electric one that he made a few years So yeah, within the span of 5 years, something happened. You know, actually, it's also interesting. That movement that we just heard, it says allegro di molto. Yeah. So, I guess somewhere we could argue for the fact that it's not fast. You know, that it's, you know, we often talk about character that is very allegro. But I guess at some point he said, you know, why not just burn through it and make it exciting? You know, so of course, again, one could also consider the situations in which acoustic recordings took place, heavily reduced instrumentation, everybody kind of trying to make, you know, have their sound somehow reach the horn, etc. So it's not the most inspiring of situations that may contribute, but yeah, the evidence is that. And so I put this one in with the oh my god, because it's one of the rare instances where the written metronome marking actually, like, literally on the dot matches the performance. So here you go. So much more drive. All right, so now we come to the this lovely cello variation. Let's listen to it. So we
So it's not true that a conductor gets always slower the older he gets.
Yeah, good point, actually. Yeah.
Because that's the cliche.
Yeah, that's the cliche, and it's in a way the recording of the serenade.
Yeah.
It kind of, I mean, if you just take things on the surface, it confirms that, because in the serenade, for example, the second movement especially, he marks it at 80. Yeah. His recording starts at 63 and actually gets slower. Like at some points, it's like you're at 50. Yeah, and for example, the very first molto stringendo, he doesn't do in the recording, you know. Yeah, so clearly his ideas, yeah, his relationship to the piece changed, and that's what we have. So, yeah, good point. So here we go. Get ready for some serious portamento-ing. Other one that happens here. Such a beautiful recording. Yeah, so another interesting change, probably again more of a general overall stylistic change. I don't know if you can see on the cello, the second last bar. He actually writes a little zero, a little circle to indicate harmonics. Neither this recording nor the others do it. They do a stop note with vibrato on it. So, and keeping in mind that this was a piece from the late 1890s, I believe. You know, so a lot probably shifted in these times. Preference towards stopped and vibrated notes, in conjunction, of course, with the rise of continuous vibrato, which made harmonics like that, yeah, stick out in ways that were not originally intended. Yeah, so let me put it, the bit where I shouted to you that pay attention to the cello. Listen to this. It's the same excerpt. No accelerando whatsoever. It stays very. also, again, thinking of kind of external factors, you know, this recording, if anything, had more time limitations, right? You know, than the electric one. But that clearly was not an issue, and he plays it, if anything, broader than the later version. Again, and also again, kind of going against this idea that conductors, sort of people, slow down as they progress in age. Let's also hear. Sorry. Oh yeah. Sorry. So this kind of the right one. Whereas the portamenti are much more pronounced. Not pushing forward, but and then I hope you also noticed that the dashes, the tenuto, the other sort of tenutos are very broad. You know, all of the very maximized, and I think that will help us when we play the serenade. Yeah, good. Oh, this is fun too. Yeah, this is. That's actually the excerpt, a short one, but also interesting. It's again hard to see, but right where you see Poco Rallentando 56, there's a dot on that note, which appears in the clarinet, who has that melody initially. Interestingly, Elgar, this is Elgar himself, ignores that. You clearly hear the violinist doing. You know. And the other interesting thing is how all these figures, you know, portamentos are there, but they're pretty harmless. You know, let's listen to Haji. Harty's more literal with the text. And and also, of course, a huge rushing towards the mezzo forte. That's quite a very different take on it. Yeah, small things, but very interesting. The portamentos are more deliberate and kind of sweetened in a way. Good. Let's look at this. So now I'm comparing. Is this my last one? I think it's maybe. Yeah. So I'm playing you this excerpt to show to compare Elgar's own recordings against each other. Again, the acoustic one, electric one. By 65, you have the poco più tranquillo, and then at some point he comes back to the tempo. But that's also interesting where and how much he does it. So let's have a listen. It's actually quite convenient. At 67, he it makes a sudden transition. In the later recording. More moving. Now watch. Sounds like not everyone in the orchestra quite came with him, but yeah, you feel that he thought, well, first of all, the poco più tranquillo is less slow in this one, and he moves the tempo at a different place. So, yeah, general conclusions. I mean, these are my conclusions anyway. Composer's intentions constantly shifting, being rethought, altered, also very likely to in accordance to the conditions in which the pieces are being played in. And yeah, I appreciated other readings of his works. Brahms also fits very well in this category. Yeah, Harty was also a composer. We should not forget. Yeah, fully in accordance with 19th century practices. Freedom, flexible, not afraid, so to speak, to add his own spin on things when he had a reason to do so. And yeah, exact and literal at times in interesting ways to the printed score. So that's it. Well, what time is it now? Should we see, like, for example, what's a good spot to like try all of this out? Let's look at this.
Immer ein schöpferischer Akt ist, auch wenn du ein Stück interpretierst, ist es ein schöpferischer Akt. Warum müssen wir die meisten Freiheit?
I was asking,
Yeah.
should the composer be the best interpreter of his own thing? Not necessarily.
Not necessarily. I mean, the thing is, you know, if you think about the fact that the line of composer and writing, the act of writing and interpreting were so close to each other, then I think that question almost disappears in a way. It's no longer like anybody who has anything to do with the music is kind of
Like for Messiaen, the best interpreter of Messiaen is his wife, for instance.
yeah.
So it's not like automatically he.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if for example, if that person has a better technique, let's say, you know,
And that
you know, that's very possible. And I think so. Yeah, I think case by case, it's like Rachmaninoff, for example. Maybe that's the opposite extreme. Or Isai, let's say. Rachmaninoff, if you don't know his piano concerto recordings or solo recordings, please listen to them. They're absolute gems. The man just had technique just flying out of every hair that he had. And yeah, in that case, you could say, well, yeah, I mean, I'm gonna try to achieve that. Yeah, and so I think for case by case, situation by situation, I think for us, it's important to know the parameters. You know, when we see a crescendo, you know, what does that mean? You know, we've heard variants where the crescendos are taken, for example, broader in one version, and then with more movement in another. So if you know the parameters, I think you're certainly, you know, I think one is very free to interpret, to really make your own decisions. Yeah, so I think that's what it comes down to.
Do you think that
Louder, please.
do you think did you see the scores that the musicians were playing off from this?
No.
Because I'm really wondering if you would like write arrows and these things, because if it's changing all the time, it doesn't make any sense.
You know, I actually, you know, I specifically asked for the serenade about that, and I was for the who was I in touch with? I forgot. It was already the first time we played it, but I was told that they had been written over, like the parts that Elgar used were in constant use. That any markings from the recording session in 1933 are lost. Yeah, so I know that for sure. I don't know about the history of these particular parts, but yeah, that is a problem. Yeah,
so we don't
especially
know.
with an orchestra like LSO who really changed hands as often as they did. So, yeah, but yeah, in that case, in that sense, you know, the Gewandhaus parts or the Wagner, you know, parts, they may be more indicative of how each orchestral musician dealt with his own parts. So, yeah, good. Yeah, I'm trying to kind of find a place where we can all sink our teeth into this. What if, for example, we actually look at the second. Oi!
Cello drin, kein Problem.
Kein Cello drin. Das war alles. Yeah. Good. You know what? Yeah, I think this might be a good one. Can we look at the second movement? Do you have letters?
Yes.
Yeah. Then let's do letter L. Let's isolate still all the same. Should we start maybe with the seconds and violas? I wonder if we can that sort of of course we need to do it with the rest. But all the Italian stuff we've been doing, so there's kind of what you used a wonderful word. It wasn't reactive, but like you're there and you're prepared to strike. You know, that sort of kind of attitude towards your note. At the same time, this is a little bit more complicated because we have more nuances, right? For example, in bar 55, you know, in 57, that hat, you know. So yeah, let's have a think about that. Should we try the voices? 3, 4. a lot of these inflections, they will come, or I think they will sound better if it's put, let's say, on top of this legato. Like for example, just to give us an idea of where I think we can be going. 57. If we have good contact at that moment, we're already in the sound, we're on the sound, we're connected to the sound, and then we push a little bit more. This is what I mean. So the legato is just a giving, and then all the things we do on top are just that on top. So could we try once? Are you not going? No, it doesn't matter. Actually, it doesn't matter. It really doesn't matter. Can you make this stream of olive oil flow and absolute, especially at the ends of your bows, be careful that you're anticipating and connecting to the lyrics. Should we try? Confuse the legato thing with, it's a flowing thing. I feel that we're a little bit now holding. If anything, do the opposite. Do the opposite. Could you try? Associating an increase of strength with less pressure. If you see what I mean. What if we did that instead of that stops the flow. Yeah, good. Can we do 50s? Yes.
What do you think? Sometimes the composer wants the open string must be heard, like in folk music imitation or something. And if not, should the musician try to avoid that it's clear more, the open string clings more than the other? Should be kept
I think so. Really keeping it very
lighter,
very well connected. Lighter. Exactly.
Or to avoid it.
Also in dem Cello so, haben alle an ihrer A-Seite gespielt. War ganz eindeutig beim Elgar. Sehr viele Ich habe gar nicht versteckt.
Je nach Komposition ist, je nach Position,
natürlich, je nach Stelle.
Sollte es kaschieren oder vermeiden. Oder?
Ja, aber für mich ist jetzt momentan, also es ist eigentlich egal, welche Seite, solange man diesen Fluss hat. Und auch die Möglichkeit haben, gewichtslos nach vorne zu gehen. Genau. Can we do this once more? That was better. Let's do it once more. Ready? 4. Just as a, we'll have everybody do it. We do this. us to make the k sound. Yeah, by sheer contact alone. Or if you're not both the same thing. Yeah. Keep your bow on the string, keep it very stable, and then let's hold the note. Can we do that? Let's do the that part, 57. 57. 3, 4. Now, yeah, let go of that temptation to come up and strike, but stay in the string. Da, 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 ka. Yeah? 3, 4. Keep that, yeah, still connected at bow change. 3, 4. Yeah, exactly. That sort of intense sound. Should we try bar 56? Back up on bar. 3, 4. Properly, it feels like you have a bit of an out-of-body experience. It's kind of happening with you just watching it. You're not actually kind of pushing it all the time. But yeah, there it is, and it's beautiful. Yeah. So let's take some other instrument combinations.
Within 62, for example, the accents. Would that be a place to broaden it a bit?
Yeah, I mean, I wonder if it's kind of a, yeah. Yeah, bit of broadening, yeah, for sure. Good. Let's try bass. Let's do second cellos and double basses. From, I lost the page. From 55. From 55. Go 1, 2. I think we can still have more, yeah, kind of this third eye looking at the end of the phrase. You know, I think that whole thing that we just did is actually just one thing. Yeah. Let's try. Yeah. 3. Exercise. Yeah. And for, above all, for now, let's really try to go for this third eye feeling that we just had. If some of the nuances we don't get, leave it for now. Yeah, I really want us to start from the legato and build things up from there. Let's try. Now, yeah, with the cello story that's happening. Good. All right. sorry for stopping really. Already from that E, sorry, the first note, what is it? G, something like that. Yeah, I could tell from that first note that we were not going to make it to the next bar. It needs to have that. Is it up above?
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah, have that third eye already active. Your shifts. Whatever you have in the loan. Let's try this one. Can we try it? Do we both have portamentos in cellos as well as at that moment? Ah, okay. That's okay.
Beginnst du zum Abend?
Nicht unbedingt. Ja, das muss nicht sein. Also, das Ding ist, wenn man den Rutscher macht, dass es nicht unterbrochen wird. Nur das. Und wenn es keinen Rutscher gibt, sowieso die Karte. Ja, über die Seite. Ja. Wollen wir es machen? Ja. Let's try it without. Without. I would say let's basically no vibrato unless. No vibrato unless. Basically, I mean, also interestingly, Elgar is one of these composers who, I mean, there are a couple of pieces in the symphony, for example, where he explicitly writes vibrato, so, he, was expecting probably. Can we try this?
Hast du jetzt der Standard auf 4-4 gemacht?
Wo denn?
Spiro.
Nein, da habe ich, da würde ich auf jeden Fall. Ja, ich würde 2, 3.
Das passt doch nicht so.
Wie genau meinst du?
Nee, ich meine, ein Finger zu benutzen für Portamente ist nicht so stilistisch.
Das kommt vor. Das kommt vor. Also das ist wahrscheinlich eher traditionelle sozusagen. Mit 2 Finger bei so ja. Es gibt ja andere Möglichkeiten. Das ist okay. Gut, so can we try this? Can we try this bar in a loop? Can we try this bar in a loop? Yeah, and forget about the last 16th note. And let's do it until we get the cracks filled. 3, 4. Getting through that first bit. Yeah. 3, 4. Okay, good. You're still singing actually one bow. 3, 4. Better? Okay. And also at that bow change up top. Yeah. 3, Let's loop it. Again. Good, okay, good. And if we think it's too much portamento, adjust the speed on this side. Yeah, that's slow. That's fast. But nothing has changed over here. Yeah. 3, 4. Legato. Good. And don't forget the possibility of articulating also. Yeah, that's part of the sound. There we go. Good. Very good. Keep trying with the cellos now from the oh, it's the beginning. 3, 4. Keep going, third eye.
But this is, it's bizarre, it's not at the beginning of the note, but
Yeah.
in the middle.
Oh,
This is, or it's just a misprint.
I think it's at least according to this, it's on the next thing.
On the F.
Yeah.
The F.
Yeah. Yeah.
Ah, okay.
And I wonder if that maybe might be for the whole, with all three
Maybe the
notes.
whole figure.
Okay,
let's do it like that.
Yeah, that makes me more But okay, so what I need to do is that all these moments where we hold, I mean actually, yeah, we try this with Jakob as well. You know, the moments where we hold is in relation to the release, you know, and so that if we're holding and we stay too long, then we bring it up. So yeah. And hold and go. Yeah. So the holding is a rubber band and you try to learn the cello off track. 1, 2, 3.
That everyone is together and to listen and to react. I have the feeling after listening to the recordings that it's much more about keeping that drive. So if we have to make a hierarchy in should we be together or should we go with the drive on, and we should definitely just like not break a movement.
Yeah,
you know?
yeah, absolutely. It's don't break that. Yeah, exactly.
Maybe it's also a matter of trust.
Yeah.
So that we don't have to wait. We trust that the colleagues are doing the same.
Yeah.
It's a high thing.
Yeah, kind of massa, they call it, herd mentality, but in the best sense. Yeah. Should we try? After the cello. 1, 2, 3.
2/16 notes early. I would have liked. Let's do it again. Okay? 1, 2. Nice, good. Another one. This one. Can we also trust that nobody is going to be two things? Too early, that we can hold as much as we want to, that note, and immediately once we let that note go, everybody goes. Can we have also that trust? Hold and release at the front of the tone. Last time. 3 and
19th century British practice, they had an opinion, should everyone play same loudness, or is there a hierarchy between violins if they're in octaves, or the cello, do we build it up? Because now it sounds everyone just as loud. And maybe it would be nice that, for example, that side of the first violins float a bit more on the second, and the seconds float a bit more on the bass. And the cello, and the cello float more.
It's possible, yeah. I think those are, that's generally a good rule. Yeah. Let's try. Should we put it all together and then add that as well?
So we do L or we do?
Let's do L. Yeah, let's do L with it. In my opinion, it took us 2 bars too long to get into the flow. Again, same thing with the trust. And so yeah, especially the cellos there at the beginning. Give it momentum. I feel that the melody has now quite a good momentum. We need to be with them. You know, we're that anonymous accompanist in all the voice recordings. You know, we're at complete service of the beauty of the melody. Okay? And that's a moment actually 65 where we need to take note of the signifier. Not very controlled. That was good. Let's do it again. Be that right man. Once more. And we're still not quite daring enough. We can do better. That's fine.
they need, yeah, they need to come back.
66, we play extremely equal. Bum, 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 bum. I think it would be a nice place to play a bit in a gun, maybe, in this 16. I don't know.
Well, I actually wonder about that. Maybe the dots. And I also seem to remember in the recording anyway. I mean, if that's one piece of information, that is, it kind of stops. Like it becomes, because the equality now is the Ausnahme. Yeah, is the exception. Yeah, you see what I mean. So maybe we could read it as that actually.
Some yesterday recordings there were some places where the dots were on the notes, and these were the notes where nothing was.
Yeah. So it might be this. Yeah, indeed. Should we try like that? So let's start on the dots, 2 before N, and then also the viola is very good. I love what Mary Duncan describes the ansatz. It's not an explosive thing, but it has a definite end, beginning. And don't forget to go. Directly 2 before N. The fifth last bar, 3, 4, 5, 75. 75. We all have the accent in that bar. Okay. And what I would like us to do is I really want us to feel the tension. And then when I give the sign, let's release it. We try? Directly on that part? 4. My exercise with that is to just feel the turn into a yeah. So yeah, theoretically that could happen for sure, but I didn't need to for that particular exercise. Yeah. Let's now do it in context. Should we do the bar before? This is bar 74. 74, 3, 4, 1.
More than one bar.
That's probably okay.
Yeah?
Yeah. I mean, that's also another thing that constantly you hear in recordings. You know, the writs, the position of the writs, totally negotiable. Negotiable. Yeah. If it's within the flow, which I think it now was, totally okay. Although I think probably he would have done more. Try that once. You know these. You know how we often see pokorit. We think that kind of sounds like a moltorit. Yeah. Let's try one of those. We do the same spot. And let's do moltorit. Same spot. This was 74. Yeah.
vorletzter Ton. Kann man sich vorstellen, dass manchmal, was ich vom modernen Orchester hasse, das ist, der Ton ist so platt und ohne dass es barock ist, wo man eine Form, der Ton muss da, und gestern, ich meine, dass Jakobs gesagt hat, der Ton darf auch leben, also leben.
Natürlich, es muss immer leben. Okay. Das Ding ist, also der
vorletzte Ton, der auch vor der Nave Dissonante, der auch, man weiß fast, wann es aufhören möchte, das fand ich toll, wenn es man das
Ja, das ist das Ding. Selbst wenn es still ist, also wenn es keine Bewegung gibt, gibt es doch eine Bewegung.
Genau, innerhalb ganz so wenig es ist.
Ja, absolut. Ja, okay. Innerhalb diesen großen Bogen. Ja, sehr gut. So we need to take a break. When do we start?
3.
3? Machen wir eine kleine Pause?
Was willst du danach noch machen?
Sollen wir mal von Elvis da spielen und dann schauen wir den ganzen Satz?
Oder den ganzen Satz, ja? Okay. Dann auch? Absolut. Oder
von Elvis.
Ich würde auf jeden Fall an kleinen Stellen arbeiten, bevor wir
Dann nur von Elvis.
Ja, nur von L und dann ist Is this still being live streamed? I've completely forgotten.
I know.
Good. So a break and we'll do the rest. Thank you. We go to the first movement. And I'm wondering actually, we're getting what I think would be amazing. I think it's happening already. And of course, we've spent a lot of time building this up. It's really, it's like let's say agreements, or a sort of a language that we're developing here. I think we, like for example, yesterday when we had the Donizetti, for example, that we had completely unmarked parts, but we were
we were throwing ourselves at it, and fingerings were happening, and bowlings and things that just kind of become selbstverständlich, just kind of a given. And I also believe that that's how it must have been. A conductor or a leader would come to an orchestra or a composer or whatever, and they already would have their style, which would include all the ornamentos, musica, and so it was already there, and if that's I guess our long-term goal as an ensemble, isn't it? To just get any piece, have it put down in front of us. We know, this is what, these are the parameters. We know that that's what the parameter is. Now, one thing actually, let's do this opening, and the thing that I would like to try out is that I'll just start it, and I'll leave, and let's see if we can, all the forward moving, coming backward, for example, at the ends of phrases, we round them off. Already bar 5, for example. One bar before A. That it's an end of a phrase. We know to relax it. This kind of these agreements. Should we try it like that? Let's start it off and see whether, as a collective, we can speak the same language. And we have the same literacy. But we can do better with that. Just kind of concluding the phrases, being together there. And I wonder if I guess maybe the other agreements we can remind ourselves of is crescendos. Crescendos. I think especially the written ones, because they tend to. It seems like they tend to point towards larger phrasing units. For example, from D. If you look at D, for example, right? That's something that can definitely have a third eye looking forward. And don't forget also the end of the phrase, second violin and bass is
69, round that off. Well, yeah, crescendo, for example, again in 74, all these crescendos. What if we also agreed that we're on the, autobahn, we know where to go. Yeah, let's do it again.
Should we first played on the top, the foot on first, and on played in the middle of the boat?
I know, that is just yeah.
The very beginning.
It sounds awfully like in the recording that they're in the middle or lower. But means that.
And the short ones at 8.
Yeah, I'm mixed about that because I think what I hear on the recording is kind of jumped, but maybe 30 years earlier they would have been doing things on the screen. I would say maybe for our purposes, let's try on the string. And vary the lengths. Yeah. So maybe that might also mean changing the bow, for example. So maybe you can do and maybe the violas you can also do slur incident. Good. And I also, I wonder if you're very good in showing, and I wonder if you can do this because I think actually this we all need to speak that understand that same language without one person, maybe you in this case, having to pull it and push it. So let's see if we can all do this. The front. Very present. Yeah. And don't forget also to finish the phrase. Don't die in sound. Yeah. So. You're right there on the sound, and then you go and carry on. Yeah. You do D. B. 3 and 1. And 4 last bars before the key change. 42. Yes. 3 and 1. Almost. Just straight. One. Elgar in his recording, he takes this bit a bit slower. It's a touch. It's not. You almost don't notice it. But can you try that too? Yeah. Same place.
You mean on C or?
Yeah. Also directly on. So that he seems to use that upbeat to get us into the. Yeah. Like the cozy. One. We're still a little bit vorsichtig oder
ja, nicht sehr viel langsamer.
Ja. Aber Sie langsamer, aber schneller als der Belcanto davor.
Tatsächlich. Ja.
Also da nicht gut, also angenehm, der Theorie.
Ja. Ja.
Sollen wir das Viertel auch so machen? Also nicht offstream, sondern...
Ja. Ja, lassen wir das probieren. Ja, was? Ja. Oder Mitte, ja. Ja,
Schiebebogen.
Ja.
Genau.
Dasselbe? Das same?
Ich glaube die Schiebebahn.
Okay, jetzt vor Schiebebahn.
Genau.
One. Let's be early on that. Yeah, be early. Yeah. Let's do the same. Once more.
Music.
Jetzt habe ich verstanden. Yeah. Be early. 100 years early. So if we can have, in that kind of a slow sound, if you see what I mean. So they're doing some underneath, and we reflect that in our sound. Same place for 4, 3, 2, 1. Go! I think again, it's the confusion of force with movement. You know, we think force is we think down. We need to think open. Yeah, go forward. Yeah. Should we do 2 before Dora? 2 before Dora. And then it's the end of the phrase, yeah? There it is. Close it off. Close it off. It's an agreement. Good. And can we have a more exuberant sforzando there? And again, that means not necessarily with weights, but with that. Yeah, let it flow through. Yeah, or whatever going it is at that moment. Maybe. What are you studying up for? No. Studying up for?
No.
Yeah. Oh. Maybe better actually. That's better. Yeah. For example. Okay, 2 before Laura. Okay, 3, 2, 1. So yeah, don't forget the crescendo and E. And what if we did this? Let's try the bars before a few details maybe then, or rather reminders. 84 in the violas. Remember that hard sound on the Hütchen. No? And then we can do the same chord. What if we make that broad, like Grieg was doing? Yeah, that first one's a little bit more expensive. But then yeah, so hard consonant and held. Yeah? Let's try. Good. Let's do the same actually. And do all the finishes of phrases, since if you can get even more legato. Yeah, really through those angles. Yeah. Let's try. 2 before Dora. 3, 1. And actually, maybe we can also try the upper strings there, the violas and upwards, the fortissimo. Ja, ba, this one. Yeah, stroke. 3, 1, 2. contact, open. Ready? 1, 2. Also on the up close, don't festhalten. Jaden, Vaden. Also on the wrists, keep it going. 1, 2. Small detail. Yeah, don't lift. Carry it through. One last time. 1, 2. One other thing, we're getting very good at going forward on the. Can we also be very mindful of the second line? Yeah, because we build up tension and then we're letting it go. That's okay. You know, this kind of runs away and disappears. Yeah, it still needs the quality of sound. Yeah. Can we try just the upper 3 strings at F? Close it. 1, 2. Sounds good, okay. Are we going to just, don't let go of the sound. Try just that, the second bar. 1, 2. Okay, good. What if I see a lot of, yeah? If we keep it a little bit more equal. Good, once more. 1, and. There you go. Do you hear that? There's a core in the sound. Yeah, this is what we need. Yeah, the 2 bars together. 1, 2. I don't have to move much more together. There was more core in the sound, and the slowing down happened kind of naturally, didn't it? Because we were carefully. Yeah, well, we're not even thinking about being together. It's just kind of being careful about the sound, and then it naturally happens. It's really cool. Yeah. We do. Let's do the fortissimo. Yeah, so focus somewhere else or so. Yeah. The fortissimo. 3, 1, and.
Maybe just the upper strings for now. 1, 2. We try this. And really stop. Try that. 1, 2. Maybe just the once. Ready? Maybe directly where you come in, the first part, and really feel the rest. Feel like not the rest here, but the rest here. This. Yeah. We try it. Just the one, and then we'll continue. We'll stop every time. 1, 2. Keep it on the street. Yeah, keep it on the street. Here's one hand. And next one. And yeah. Keep it on the street. Ready? And good. There we go. Good. This is it. Good. Again, from the second mark. Ready? 1, 2. And good. And also between the jump up, resist the temptation to do it. Just keep it on the string, yeah? So, it's very simple. Contact, easy in the arm, so, yeah. Ready? Same thing, we stop on each one to really feel grounded. Giddy. Yeah, Sato from giddy. And. Good. Alright. Let's do it in a row. Ready? From Geo, correct? Down the tempo. 1, 2. Good. Beautiful sound. Good. Yeah. Let me try once also. Do you have it in a longer stretch? Not really, not really. Ja. Genau, also nur 4 Takte sozusagen. Ja. Kommt das auch noch? Ja.
Shunske, wir haben ja manchmal Punkte und manchmal Striche.
Ja, genau. Ja.
Also
Also sowieso muss es unterschiedliche Striche werden. Aber das Prinzip von Bogen liegen lassen und dadurch entsteht ein Kontakt und auch eine Linie, ja, das ist.
Wann würden wir spielen?
I will try the same. Ja. Können wir dasselbe ausprobieren?
Ja, klar.
Ja. Gut, einfach das liegen lassen. Ja.
Aber ich meine, so ist wäre nicht ein Strichpunkt. Für mich wäre Punkt Strich, aber es ist mein Zentrum natürlich.
Na, also was?
Für was? Das klingt ja nicht ohne Schwung für uns. Jetzt lass uns erstmal probieren.
Ja. Ich will es einmal probieren, also weil was ich loswerden möchte, ist diese Idee von Festhalten. Ne? Okay. So muss es gar nicht sein. Es kann ganz viel lockerer und eigentlich es geht sich in einen ziemlich freien Klang, muss ich sagen, von außen es ist auch stammig kompakt und auch. Ja,
er ist trotzdem geformt.
Ja, geformt. Ja. Also nichts mit Druck zu tun, aber stoffbar.
Das ist irgendwie unkontrolliert.
Ja.
Er will was anderes.
Ja.
Eine andere Sensibilität.
Ja.
Er will eine andere Sensibilität.
Ja, eben.
Ja.
Das wäre, ja, ihr wisst, wo das ist, ne? Also 107. Ja. Und dasselbe wie oben frei. Ja, sehr gut. Ja. Ja, gut. Ja. Vielleicht auch bitte kurz ein bisschen die letzte anderthalb Takte. Ja. 109, ja. Auch ohne Nachdrucken, sondern Kopfball. Clean sozusagen. Ja, stoppen. Gut. Das nächste. Nochmal. Dasselbe. Falsche Töne, aber ansonsten gut. Ja, genau, diese sehr ruhige Bewegung. Ja. Let's do now G. Same thing, but now with the crescendos. Now with the crescendos, we can change the amount of bow we use, or the amount of schwung innerhalb die Stoppschwung. And then become bigger and bigger. And then if you, when you have Stücke, dann kann es ja breit sein. Also das wäre der Unterschied.
Es ist halt nicht einheitlich zu sein.
Ja, nein, es ist
Das
auch
soll
nicht.
nicht
Das
sein.
ist auch nicht so. Ja, genau. Ja. 100%.
Piano.
Ja.
Is it subito piano or crescendo then piano? Is piano.
Ah, interessant. Okay, ja. Ja, ganz verschiedene Zeichen. Ne? Okay. Können wir ja, Stück für Stück lösen? Can we let's start at G again. Get the bow stroke first, and then let's start phrasing in whichever direction we need to. Okay? So G. 1, 2. Let's now try, and it's not like, this unkomponiert. When you bounce it, that's the thing, you don't really have any, after the bow leaves, you have no, it's just in the air. So now let's try a few more things in the sense of dynamic. So in the seconds and violas, in 108, that crescendo, I think we can move it along. Actually, do it both times. And so this is interesting. So you have a closing phrase. Finish it off, and then which is just kind of connected. Yeah. And that sign kind of makes sense in the context of, well, we're finishing, but we're not. So yeah. So think motion. Let's try the same. So actually, the same. Just mention 109. The same thing happens. So. Over here, and you have exactly the opposite. Yeah, so let these polyphonic gestures be heard. G. That was great. Can we do it again?
Yes.
Let's do G again. That was so very good. G once more. Yeah. Great. Don't hit it in right away.
What do you think about age? Isn't it
H.
Would it be a good idea to go forward then? Because maybe
Oh, for sure.
maybe one bar before that is heading down.
Absolutely. Yeah. And so actually, all the more that's the hook problem. That's coming back.
Yeah.
It becomes all the more important because if we're just letting it run away, we don't know where to come from to get to that new spot. So yeah, let's try once more. 190. All the closing. You know what? Let's hear it once. Can we try the second violins? Outside people. So everybody except the jump. Can we try that once? Outside people. Yes. Let's try 116. 116 without the bump. 116. Don't spend all of your energy just on that one.
And we stay really legato at the end.
Yeah. I mean, even the fortepiano in a way, that also needs to be carried. Exactly. Good. With everyone? Same place? Okay, here we go. Let's start directly at H. I think I like the getting carried away, but we need to coordinate. Let's do H directly. 3, 1, and 2, and everybody except the middle voices. I don't mind that you're faster, but it needs to still carry in these low points in the phrase. These bits. Because the thing is, if we run away, we've run away from them as well, from the so we need to connect to there. One thing for us in the again, we got this. Just leave it on the string and brush. Let's do H. H. Go. Finishing the phrase.
A bit more time in 151.
Yeah.
I mean, before find Reisen, because there's find gemeinsames.
Yeah. No, I mean, it's great. If we can kind of get used to this, just as we've become used to the cadential trill, as baroque players, we know that this needs to happen. It's the same thing. Yeah. Yes. Hi.
That's right. That is correct. That is correct. Yeah. And if you can, yeah, let's do H once more. And can you also in this bit be early on the downbeat and then bathe. H, 3, 1, 2. Let's do that and once more. I love how you close it. Yeah, once more. Same thing. Great. H before 1 and 2. Actually, the Zoom meeting that Clive and me and were you there too? Yeah, you were there. Clive kind of mentioned off the cuff about Mendelssohn's conducting, and he's written. I don't know if you know the book that he wrote about Mendelssohn. It's called Mendelssohn: A Portrait, and it's a beautiful book because it's not kind of just a list of dates and concerts he gave and things like that, but it really talks about what kind of person he was and how he did things, what made him angry, these kinds of things. Very, very human in his portrait. But he mentioned, and I had to go back and read the book and kind of, revisit that. And he said, he was actually incredibly modern in his conducting approach. In that, first of all, he was kind to his musicians, which is actually quite something, because tyranny, I think, was the default, right? Pretty much. And he was very, in his criticisms, he was very friendly about them. And also that in gesture, he was also very minimal, also quite modern as well, I think. And sometimes he would just completely stop when things were going well. It's like, yeah. And then only kind of a look this way, a look that way. Yeah, yeah, indeed. Yeah, he just kind of disappears, and so that was really quite a revelation to me, because then what that also means is that there's a meeting in the middle, right? What like we just did. Yeah, so that's something we can really hold on to, I think, for everything we do. Great. We have 15 minutes. What should we do? I mean, we can. Yeah, good idea. Let's see if we can. Keep all of these wonderful things that are happening now. Great. Just the beginning.
der Körpersprache. Immer wenn wir ein Video sehen, was auffällt, ist, dass sie sich eigentlich super bewegen. Ich bin jetzt die wahrscheinlich am meisten bewege. Wenn wir einfach versuchen, wenn wir die gleiche starke Ausdruck irgendwie bekommen, aber dass wir versuchen, wenn wir Platz im Kopf daran zu denken, dass wir mit dem Körper eben
still.
Ja, also so wie es auch die Video ist halt.
Ja, das ist eben. Ja.
Was meinst du? Ich verstehe nicht.
Weniger.
Ja.
Ach so.
Ja.
Ah, ja.
Du meinst die historischen Videos?
Ja, genau. Ich meine, das.
Ja.
Genau. Das ist auch irgendwie. Ja. Should we try that? Yeah. So, yeah, very minimal.
We're talking about posture.
Wieso, dass es keinen Sinn macht, dass es blanke
I don't understand. It's not getting stiff now, but that the body is balanced in itself and it's transparent somehow. Yeah. So it's playing with the third eye.
timide.
Weißt du, was das zeigt? Ich glaube, dass das zeigt eigentlich, dass wir sehr abhängig sind von körperlicher Bewegung. Na, dass diese Absprachen noch tiefer in uns halt wachsen können.
Das ist gut, das heißt, wir sind integer.
Ja, genau. Genau. Und dann halt dass diese Absprachen irgendwie noch selbstverständlicher werden und dann braucht man. Ja.
Also mich würde interessieren, dass man mit Extrabewegung, dann dass man übertreibt, soll man sehen, aber natürlich nicht kläglich Lehmann, nur
Die Gefahr ist immer, dass man den Fokus hier verliert.
Das
Legato, das ist schön, das fühlt sich gut an, musikalisch, aber man verliert den Fokus hier.
Ja, tatsächlich.
Schon auch manche Sachen gerade einfach auch zu realisieren, wenn man einfach das auch so.
Ja, ich finde, dass man beobachtet mehr sich selbst und auch natürlich.
Mir ist tatsächlich dieses Auswendigspielen von vor 2 Jahren wieder eingefallen.
Ja.
Wo viele gesagt haben, man fühlt sich unfrei, weil man sich so konzentrieren muss, aber es ist dieser innere Fokus und dass man beobachten kann und so. Da habe ich jetzt sehr daran erinnert, dass man nicht zu viel so macht.
Ja, zum Beispiel, also dieses innerliche Feuer bei H, können wir es einmal probieren oder beziehungsweise an anderen Stellen, wo es nach vorne gehen muss, wo es timid, schüchtern war. Vielleicht zum Beispiel ab 116. Ne? Ganz still, aber lass es offen und das Feuer noch stärker brennen. Ja, und außen ist sehr ähnlich auch. wo es gehört. Das heißt also alles, was Timing betrifft, also zu früh sein und schnell schneiden und so weiter, das muss total in Ordnung sein. Ja? Also wir sind nicht, dürfen nicht also mit unserer körperlichen Bewegung zeigen, sondern alles nur mit dem Plan. Ja? Das noch einmal? Dasselbe? Von seinem Spiel und auch eigentlich übrigens all diesen alten Aufnahmen. Ne? Das wäre gut, ne? Das zwingt uns echt, nur mit Klang zu arbeiten.
I remember a news article in a Dutch newspaper where they wrote a critique about the Concerto Orchestra, where they said, it's so nice to see that now all these people play like this. And I remember a video from the 1930s where all these musicians were playing like this, and it's so great they're not moved so much. But I think there was like a really clear reason why they should move.
Yeah.
Because you get much more flexible.
Yeah. And also Joachim had this one of his students, Mario, stand on one foot and have do you know about this? No. A small piece of very fragile cheap plates under her right foot. So that anytime she did this,
the precious child.
So absolute stillness was involved,
And yeah.
Let's do that. Do you have a band?
Or just bring anything, you know. Great. I think that was a wonderful day. Thank you all.
The island is in